So I restarted it. Did you get that?
Yes.
Ms. Buckingham, you don't need to be in Zoom anymore.
If you want to leave me there for when I share,
You're not here.
not in it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It's lost it.
It's just a lot. Okay, back on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Aiden Mosher 25-01695. Appearance, please.
Hannah Buckingham on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, me. Please, Kareem Johnson, on behalf of the motion.
You guys don't have to talk us with these feelings.
Okay, because of the temperature in the courtroom, you gotta keep your voice up so that it picks up over the mic. Typically, that fan can conflict, but it's entirely too hot in here. I'm gonna have him wedge that door open as well to try to get a little bit more air circulation. Because if we call build it in here, they might turn the heat off completely. Okay, and so we're ready to bring the jury back. Any issues before we bring them back?
Not from the people.
Not from defense.
Okay, you can bring the jury. Okay, thank you. You can be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for being prompt and returning from your break. You can fix your attention to the screen. We have some procedural instructions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal case made by the state of Michigan against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to stand and swear to perform your duty to try the case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try justly and reach a true verdict. If you can please rise. And raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm in the action now before you that you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, and that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced in accordance with the instruction of the court? If you do so, signify by saying I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. But you will receive a written copy of my instructions, but you will not receive them until it's time for you to deliberate. You may then refer to those instructions. Since no one can predict the course of the trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I will provide you a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now I will explain some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. The elements of assault and battery. First, the defendant is charged with the crime of assault and battery. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant committed a battery on a Michaela Hatley and Gianni Rosario. A battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of the person or something closely connected with the person of another. The touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and it must have been against Michaela Hatley and Gianni Rosario's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Second, that the defendant intended either to commit a battery upon Michaela Hatley or Gianni Rosario, or to make Michaela Hatley or Gianni Rosario reasonably fear an immediate battery. The definition of force and violence used in the instructions. The word force and violence means any use of physical force against another person as to harm or embarrass him or her. The definition of touching for this purpose. For a battery to occur, the touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and it must have been against the complaining witness's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Again, actual injury is not necessary. An assault does not have to cause an actual injury. However, if there was an injury, you may consider the injury with the other evidence in determining whether there was an assault. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary doubt or possible doubt, but a doubt based on a reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes her opening statement where she will give her theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes hers, or the defense may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents her evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like objects or documents. The defendant's lawyers has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of her evidence, the defendant's attorney may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. It is the defense, if the defense calls any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyers will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, this is not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in the trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of this case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all of the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each witness said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the person's race, national origin, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look or act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or a special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you consider all of the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into the case, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks a question that suggests that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my own opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts of this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. You would write it down on a notepad that you just received, raise your hand and pass it to my court officer who will give it to me. Do not show anyone, including the jurors, your question. If your question is not asked, it is because I have determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyer or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or another are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of this case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you're not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave and report it to my staff as soon as possible. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from your jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide the case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentaries about the case, whether in newspapers, televisions, radio, internet, or social media platforms. You must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research including a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, and magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, the court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about this case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you must not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, please report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but you, of course, do not have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all of the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that I've chosen a jury of 7 after you have heard all the evidence, and my final instructions will draw names to remove one of you all to form a jury of 6. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. I may give you more instruction during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives than yours. You can make your opening argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you may have gathered from our discussions, this is a case of assault and battery involving both minors and adults. This is a case about two teenage girls who tried to leave a house and an adult, Mr. Mosher, in that house who decided to respond with violence. The evidence will show that on March 28th of last year, 16-year-old Michaela Hatley and 16-year-old Gianni Rosario went to a home on West Jolly Road to hang out with a friend of theirs, but how they quickly became uncomfortable and nervous when they went to this home. Tensions grew between their friend and her family members that were in the house, and you'll hear that tension quickly redirected towards Michaela and Gigi. Throughout the night, the tensions continued to grow. People were drinking, arguments were breaking out, things would settle down, but then resurge. You'll hear that at one point, one of the girls was accused of trying to get one of the adults in trouble. And at that point, they were unable to call to leave and get help to leave the party. The evidence will show that at some point, the girls decided they needed to leave even if it was on foot because things were getting too tense. You will hear that when Michaela and Gigi tried to walk out the door, the defendant, Aiden Mosher, along with other adults in that house, did not let them leave peacefully. I anticipate testimony from Michaela that as she stood in the doorway trying to exit, the defendant and the other adults in the house came at her yelling and moving aggressively towards her. The situation escalated. Although you won't see all the physical attacks that occurred that night, you will be able to watch a video that captured a part of this altercation. You will see Gigi and Michaela, two 16-year-olds, being hit, punched, kicked, and dragged by family members and friends from this house. You will see the defendant standing near the girls with his arms flexed out to his sides, moving towards them in a confrontational stance. You will see him sprinting off the porch towards Gigi and Michaela as the fight continues. And most importantly, you will see Aiden at one point grab Michaela by the hair while she's being kicked by another family member from the house. And near the end of the recording, you will see him step in towards Michaela as she lays on the ground, followed shortly by a clip of another adult in the house kicking her while she lies there. The girls will tell you about how after they were attacked by the people at this party, they left on foot and they could see Aiden and a couple other adults get in the car to look for them. You will hear from the girls about how they wandered on foot and eventually ended up seeking help from law enforcement at a fire department nearby. You will hear testimony from Officer E. Wright, who interacted with Gigi and Michaela shortly after the attack. You will hear that Michaela sought medical help, and you'll see pictures of the physical injuries that Michaela suffered from this incident. You'll see pictures including cuts, bruising, and swelling. The law is straightforward. Assault and battery requires proof of an intentional offensive touching of another person. The touching does not have to cause serious injury. It does not matter if other people were involved in the situation. It doesn't matter who started certain parts of the fight or why we get to the point where the defendant joins in. The only question for you to determine in this case is whether the defendant, Aiden Mosher, intentionally inflicted a violent or offensive touch on those two girls. The evidence you will see and hear, the testimony, the photographs, the testimony that you'll get from the officers, body worn camera footage of his interaction with those girls after, and the video of the assault will show that the defendant did exactly that. You'll see how he inserted himself in a tense situation and decided to join in on physically attacking these two girls, grabbing one by the hair and continued to attack them while they were on the ground. At the end of the case, when you've seen the video and heard the testimony, the people will ask that you return a verdict of guilty on both counts of assault and battery. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know it's hot. This is a simple case, and these type of cases, a lot of times jury selection is longer than the actual trial. This case is about two teenage girls doing what teenage girls do. Lie and getting stuff they had no business getting into. This case starts because two teenage girls tell their parents they're going to go to one particular location, an older sister's house to spend the night. But that was a ruse. They go to the older sister's house to throw the parents off so they can go to this party that's being held at the house of a friend that they go to school with. Older sister takes them to go get alcohol. They go to this party. Now at the party, things happen when people are drinking. And with Michaela even admits to EMS when she's in the ambulance that she's a little drunk. And she's 16. Fight breaks out. Michaela and Gianna are beat up. They leave the location. Her cell phone is left at the location. Police go back to try and get her cell phone. Nobody will answer the door. Then girls are taken home. Of course, parents find out that they're not where they're supposed to be. There's an investigation. Charges are brought. We're going to talk about this video. What the prosecution left out in their opening statement is that the video was given to police by Mr. Motion. They didn't post this fight online to embarrass these girls that got beat up after, arguing and running their mouths. Didn't post it on TikTok, didn't post it on Facebook. Came to court, said, I'm not guilty. Here's the evidence that I didn't do anything. And you'll be able to watch the video and you'll be able to see him in his tattoo, walking around, watching the fight, making noises, doing stuff that people do when they watch the fight, but never put his hands on anybody. So really, we are here because the prosecution is going to, I guess, want you to believe one or two things at the end of this case. That number one, you should believe these two girls who left the house on a lie, went somewhere based upon a lie, because they were lying that night, because they are not truth tellers. You should now believe them beyond a reasonable doubt when they say that it was Mr. Mosher that attacked them instead of the two girls on video beating them up. And then I guess they're going to want you to believe that my client is such a fool that he brought evidence of his own crime and gave it to the police. And oh, by the way, you're going to hear that everybody accused of this altercation, he only one to step forward and present himself and say, hey, I didn't do this.
Speak for your witness.
People call Michaela Hatley.
You have you raise your right hand. No, but you standing, face me, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat there. If there's a microphone that's in front of you, that microphone is not going to pick up your sound to amplify it in the courtroom. The purpose of that microphone is so the lady behind you can hear it in the system. It's very hot in here. We have fans going, so I need you to talk like you're yelling, okay? I also need all of your responses to be verbal because we can't hear head nods and head shakes. So if you don't, we'll remind you, we'll ask you to say yes or no, okay? Okay, I need you to stop speaking if either one of the attorneys say objection. That's because I have to make a ruling on what they're objecting to, and then I will advise you if you can give that answer or not. State your first and last name and then spell both of them.
I'm A-K-A-Y-L-A-H-A-T-L-E.
Can you hear her back there? You got to say it so he can hear you.
A-K-A-Y-L-A-H-A-T-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
Hi, Michaela. Like the judge just said, pretend you're yelling at me. There's fans, lots of noise. Just try to project if you can. I'm going to be asking you some questions about March 28, 2025. Do you remember that morning and also the evening of March 27?
Yes.
Okay. On March 27, were you with someone named Gianni Rosario?
Yes.
Who is Gianni?
My friend.
Your friend? How long have you known Gianni?
Since my father.
Okay. And how did you meet? Do you remember how you met
My
Gianni?
brothers played soccer together. Or my brother and her brother played soccer together.
Okay. At some point during the evening of March 27, did you go to the address of 2514 West Jolly Road?
Yes.
And is that in Ingham County, city of Lansing in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why you went to that address?
Because I was gonna hang out with Aubrey and McKenna, my friends.
You
They
said-
were my friends.
Just a little louder, I'm
I
sorry.
was gonna hang out with Aubrey and McKenna, my two friends.
Okay. How do you know Aubrey and McKenna?
I know McKenna from school and I know Aubrey from school friends.
Okay. And so you were invited over to the house by those people?
Yes.
Once you arrived to that address, were there other people there?
Yes.
Do you remember who was there?
It was McKenna, Aubrey, Stephanie, Alonzo, Aiden's girlfriend, TJ, and Jabez.
Okay, and of those people, who had you known before that party?
I know McKenna, Aubrey, and I knew Aiden from social media.
Okay, and would you be able to recognize Aiden if you saw him?
Yes.
Do you see Aiden in the courtroom today? Can you point out where he's located? Right, can you verbally say where?
Sitting next to Teddy,
Sitting next to the attorney, and can you name something that he's wearing?
watching.
Not sure, okay. Your Honor, can the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So noted.
So we're gonna go back to that evening. When you arrived, what was the general atmosphere of this house?
It was beer, bottles all over the place of alcohol. It was kids up at like 1 at night. It was a lot. It was just weird.
When you say weird, what were you expecting the atmosphere to be
I
like?
was
Did you have?
expecting just like the whole family. I wasn't expecting the whole family to be hanging out with each other. I was expecting just me and kind of Aubrey and Judy to hang out with her.
Okay, and was everybody getting along in the house when you were there
At the beginning, yes.
at the beginning? You had said there was alcohol. Was everyone in the house drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see people drinking throughout the night? Yes. And when you say at the beginning it was calm, did things become not calm throughout the night?
Yes.
Do you remember when that happened?
And it really started with Aubrey having an argument with her mom. And it just was getting worse for me and my friends because we were like not family, basically. So they probably began with our fault.
Objection, speculation.
Did you want to respond to the objection?
No, you're
Objection sustained.
without telling me what other people may have thought. Tell me what your perception was of any tension you felt in the house.
I felt wait, you were saying that.
Yeah. Did you feel like you were welcome in the house? What made you feel like you were not welcome?
I felt like, well, I went in the bathroom and mom was talking about
So were you observing people arguing?
yes,
Okay, who was arguing?
Aubrey, McKenna's
Aubrey
not
and
McKenna's mom,
Aubrey's,
Stephanie.
okay, Aubrey and Aubrey's mom, Stephanie.
They were arguing at first, but then it got into an argument where Rolando, I think Aubrey stepped out or something. He thought we were setting him up, and
So there was tension between you and Rolando as well?
yes,
Okay. And did there come a point where you decided you wanted to leave?
yes,
Okay. Why did you want to leave?
but I felt uncomfortable.
Okay. And did you try to leave?
Yes,
How did you try to leave?
I left by like me and Gigi left out the house. We walked out the house, and then everybody came outside. Everybody came outside that was in the house, and they were saying it's unsafe. So come inside and find a ride inside. So
Okay, so at that point, did you go back in the house?
yeah,
All right. And did you at any point reach out to anyone to try to leave? Like, did you make any, okay, how did you try to leave?
I called my sister.
Called your sister? Was your sister able to come and get you?
No,
No? Okay. And when you were unable to get a ride, how did you decide that you would leave? You were gonna walk? Okay. And so at some point, you go to leave. What happens at that point?
well, first we were on the phone with my sister, and Rolando was saying that we were gonna set him up. So we kept getting off the phone with my sister, and then at some point we were like, we're not gonna set you up. So we got a little bit loud because we're not gonna set you up. Like we told you all the time, we're not gonna set you up. And then
And when you say set you up, what?
we thought we were calling somebody.
Objection, speculation.
Objection sustained. You can't tell us what someone thought, okay?
What did you think Rolando meant by?
I'm pretty sure that
Do you have an understanding of what does set you up mean in general?
you come and there's some bad stuff there.
Okay, and did Rolando know you before this night?
No,
No, so how was he acting towards you?
it's very aggressive.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to admit and publish the stipulated 6A, People's Exhibit 6A, which is a video. Your Honor, I have to make sure the audio is.
Excuse me?
I have to check if the audio is working. 1 moment. Let me check to make sure. This is People's Exhibit 6A. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes.
What does this video show?
Um, um,
Just generally.
us getting jumped.
Can you, a little louder, sorry.
Us getting attacked.
Okay. So right at this beginning still shot, can you do me a favor and point out who each person in this image is and something they're wearing?
White shirt with the hat, that's Rolando. The girl standing next, the girl with the gray sweatpants on, standing next to the girl in the pink shirt,
This person?
Yep.
Who's that?
that's Aiden's girlfriend. The girl, that's Stephanie.
Okay, this person right here is Stephanie. All right. Do you know who the person in the back is?
That's Gianni.
Okay, Gianni. Do you know who this person in the middle, this female is?
The middle, that's Aubrey.
Aubrey. And who's this?
Aiden,
Aiden. Okay. Can you point out something that Aiden's wearing in this video?
white shirt, black shorts.
Shorts. Okay. I'm pausing at 5 seconds. Michaela, who is the person sitting?
Me.
That's you. Okay. Do you see Aiden in this image?
Yes,
Where is Aiden?
one with the white shirt and black shorts.
And sorry, pausing at 7 seconds. Michaela, before this video starts, do you remember what had happened?
Yes.
What had happened before this video starts?
I was getting attacked by everybody that was in the video, and
Was that before you were sitting on the ground?
yes,
Okay, do you remember what interactions, you say attacked, do you remember, did you and Mr. Mosher come into contact with each
Yes.
other? Do you remember what happened between the two of you before the video started?
yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
He was punching, kicking,
Okay, and were other people doing that as well?
yes.
Resuming from 7 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's I wanted to swing. That's I wanted to swing. Why are you?
Okay, Michaela, at this point, do you know where you are?
Yes,
Where are you?
at the porch.
You're on the porch? Okay. And do you know who the person on the far left in the black is?
Pretty sure Gianni.
Okay. Do you know who the woman is next to Gianni?
Aubrey.
Okay. Okay. Rewinding to.
Oh yeah, that's I wanted to.
Michaela, do you see Aiden in this picture?
Yes,
What is he doing?
he's bucking up.
Bucking up, what does that mean? You're doing something with your shoulders. What
Like
is,
he just like looking at flexions.
like bringing your shoulders up, arms up, and
I feel like
Objection, speculation.
Objection sustained.
standing from Simmons.
Oh yeah, I thought y'all wanted it.
Which direction is Mr. Mosher walking in that video?
right now he's walking towards them,
Towards who?
towards the
Gigi? Okay, and is Gigi in the street at this
Yes.
moment?
Thought y'all wanted about nigga. Why is he in the road?
Did you in that, just right before I pause it, did you see Mr. Mosher?
yes,
Where was he going?
walking back to the porch.
Okay, and where are you?
We're walking back. Towards the porch.
Okay.
No, get out. Yeah, you gotta get out the crib. We get your shit. Let me get her shit.
Did you see Mr. Mosher in that clip?
Yes,
Where is he?
right next to me.
And do you hear people talking in this video?
Yes.
Get out. Why are they on the road? Get her.
Can you point out to me who is in this frame?
TJ is running.
TJ's running.
Rolando is standing up in the shirt, in the white shirt.
Okay, so hold on. This person back here on the street, is that Rolando? That,
With the white shirt.
yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know who the person in the black is?
Gigi.
Okay, and do you know who's on the left?
Aubrey.
Okay.
On the floor is Stephanie.
On the floor is Stephanie, between Rolando and Gigi? Okay. Did you just see someone running?
Yes.
Who was running?
Aiden.
Okay. Michaela, do you know who's recording this video?
Objection, speculation.
Well, I don't know.
She said
Does
she
she
knows.
know?
Foundation, how she would know who recorded the video.
Because I see.
Well, there's no question, but
Michaela,
you
did
can
you?
find, why have to adjust the collect, you can skip over the objection. I agree, but I think she can redirect the question to find out if there is evidence without speculation. So I'll sustain that objection.
Michaela, did you see who was filming this video?
Yes.
Who was that person?
TJ girlfriend.
Okay.
You about to die, no.
What did you just hear in that video?
It's not the guy now.
I'm not on that, bro.
No, you
on it.
Yeah, get that bitch.
Bro, stop. Oh.
Do you know who the person on the right side in this video is? Okay, and who's on the left?
Me.
Okay, that's you on the left.
You on it.
Where are you in this clip?
On the ground, underneath McKenna.
Right.
I'm not on that.
And who's that?
Gianni.
Gianni.
Oh my god. Are you okay? I'm not. Your nose is bleeding. I'm not on that, bro. Get
In this moment, there was a moment where the camera panned away. Do you remember what was happening to you in that moment? What was happening?
While Aiden was, while TJ was putting McKenna on top of me, Aiden was holding me down on the ground
Okay. Do you remember how you were being held on the ground?
by my hand.
By your hair?
And
Two.
You on You on
Okay. In this frame, do you remember where Mr. Mosher was?
yes,
Where is he in this
it
frame?
was right in front of TJ. If you go back a little bit, see, there's another person. Like,
You're seeing these two arms back here.
Aiden.
That's Aiden.
Yes.
And what are his arms reaching to?
Pulling my hair.
Pulling your hair? Okay.
Oh my god. Are you okay? No, your nose is bleeding. I'm not, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get no. I'm trying. I can't. Don't ever try some dumb ass shit. I've been trying. Oh my god.
Do you see Mr. Mosher in this clip?
Yes.
What's he doing? Winding a bit back to.
No, your nose is bleeding. I'm not, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get no. I'm trying. I can't. Don't ever try some dumb ass shit. I've been trying. Oh my god. Yo.
Michaela, what happened after this video ends?
Me and Gigi get up and run to a house.
You go a little louder.
Me and Gigi get up and run to a house nearby.
Okay. And get to a house nearby. Did you see Aiden at any point after leaving? No.
Is that a no?
No.
Okay. Did you sustain any injuries from this fight?
Yes.
What kind of injuries?
I was scratched up. I had a concussion.
You sought medical attention?
Yes.
All right. And did you seek help from any police officers?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the people are going to admit and publish stipulated People's Proposed Exhibit 3A.
The last one was
6A.
6A.
Kayla, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What does it show?
Spark in the front.
A little louder. Sorry.
When I got there.
Your Honor, I'm now going to publish People's stipulated 4A through 4E. I'm now going to show 4A. Kayla, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
Me in the hospital.
In the hospital? Okay. Is there anything specific in this picture that you see that was a result of the fight?
My knees.
Okay, what about your knees? What do you see?
Everything scratched up.
And where are you in this picture?
In the hospital.
Sorry, get louder.
In the hospital.
Hospital. Now publishing for Kayla, what does this picture show?
So it's scratched on my knee.
Scratch by your lip. About this area.
Yes.
Pushing 4C. Kayla, what do we see in this picture?
Scratch on my forehead.
Pushing forward E. Kayla, is this a closer image of your knees from that night? Now publishing 4E. Kayla, what does this picture show?
I'm just around my head.
I'm sorry, louder.
Just around my head.
Scar on your hand. Where do you see scar on your hand?
Can you speak up?
Right by my thumb, right here,
Okay, kind of in between the two.
right here. You
Okay,
see right there.
gotcha. Michaela, do you remember any specifics about when any of the injuries I just showed you occurred during that altercation? Louder,
Just when I was getting them.
just one
I
what?
don't know exactly when it was. I was getting jumped by them.
Okay. Thank you, Michaela. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Hadley, on that night, you told your mother you're gonna be staying with your sister, correct? That was a lie. Correct? You did not tell your mother you were going to a party at a friend's house, correct?
Yep.
Your sister also took you and Gianna to the liquor store, correct? And your sister bought you a bottle of alcohol, correct?
Not a bottle.
Not a bottle. When you said the people at the house were drinking, that included you, correct? As a matter of fact, you admitted to EMS that you were drunk that night. And you were drunk when you were speaking to the police officers. In the house, during the argument, you threw a punch at McKenna, correct?
Correct.
And that's what started this whole thing, correct? So that's what started the physical part of this, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's your testimony that while you are on video being jumped, that you're looking around to see what Aiden's doing.
No.
Because we saw that video where it starts where you were on the ground and Aiden was standing next to you, correct?
Correct.
And then a portion of the fight breaks off into the street, correct?
Correct.
And we saw in that video, Aiden step around you on the ground and walk to the street, correct?
Correct.
When he came back to the porch, you were on the porch, correct?
Correct.
He was in the corner of the porch, correct? Correct?
Correct.
Then he goes back to the street where Gianni is out fighting in the street, correct?
Correct.
And you go back out there as well, right?
Correct.
And at some point, Gianni's on the ground, right?
Correct.
And you're on the ground, right?
Yep.
That's that 50-second mark the prosecution stopped the video at, correct?
Correct.
You and Gianni weren't winning that fight at that point, right?
Correct.
People on top of you, right?
Correct.
You wanted the people that were on top of you off of you, correct? You wanted them away from you and you wanted to be away from them, correct?
Correct.
And we see hands pulling the people that are on top of you off of you and pulling you away, correct?
Not correct.
Not correct. After the 50-second mark where they stopped it, the fight ends, correct? the fight ends or the video ends when those individuals are pulled off the top of you.
Right.
You didn't fight your way to your feet, right? Correct?
Not correct.
You fought your way to your feet. You fought those people off of you.
No, but.
Okay. And you wanted those people off of you.
My friend was the one that came and got me.
Okay. So your friend was the one that came and got you. So the hands that we saw pulling people off of you.
That wasn't him pulling him. He didn't pull me off. He didn't pull me away from the butt.
I know because he didn't touch you.
Yes, he did. You can see in the video.
So you're on that. So let me get this straight because we're gonna get to that part. You're
Ma'am,
on the ground.
you can only answer questions, okay?
You're on the ground with people on top of you, and you're telling us that you can see Aiden with all those people on top of you.
Correct.
And you remember that on this night where you were drunk.
Correct.
Being drunk affect your memory? It does, right?
But
Being drunk affect your perception?
I wasn't that drunk where I didn't know what was
Well, how
going on.
often do you get drunk?
Objection
Didn't drink
relevant.
that much.
Stop, there's an objection. Do you want to respond to the objection as to relevance?
I think it is relevant because she's saying that she wasn't that drunk.
So you're trying to gauge or measure what
Right.
that means?
Yes.
I think that the question is appropriate.
How
So
often do you
objections
get
overruled.
drunk?
I didn't drink that much.
It's not my question. How often do you get drunk?
Not often.
More than 5?
No,
More than 3?
no.
More than 2?
Right.
Okay. Did you tell your parents those times you drank alcohol?
Objection relevant.
Goes to honesty and credibility, huh?
But that's that you're trying to gauge your credibility?
Yep.
Objections overruled.
She's underage. You tell your parents, or did you have permission for your parents to drink?
No,
Did you tell them you drunk?
no.
No further question now.
Redirect.
I'm going to publish again equals 6 day.
Yeah. Feel free.
Okay, like you were just asked about people being pulled off of you, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna have you watch this clip for me.
Oh my god. Are you okay? Damn, your nose is bleeding. I'm not, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get my
Was Aiden pulling anyone off of you in that clip?
No,
What was Aiden doing?
pulling my hair.
Okay, and you were underneath someone?
Yes.
And who's that other person in the pajama pants right there?
TJ.
And where are his hands?
His hands are on McKenna.
Okay, so TJ may have been pulling McKenna off, correct?
No, he was putting McKenna on top.
Okay, so he
You can
was,
see in the video if you want to revert, if you want to go back.
okay, so Aiden's hands are on your hair.
Yes.
Okay, rewinding. 35 seconds.
my hair. Bro.
You about to die, no!
I'm not on that, bro.
No, you
You
did.
on it?
Yeah, get that bitch.
Bitch, you stop, bro. Stop. Oh, you on it? I'm not on that, bro. Oh my god. Are you okay? Damn, your nose is bleeding. I'm not on that, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get my. I'm trying. I can't.
Don't ever try some dumb ass shit.
I've been trying. Oh
Yo.
Did you just see someone come up to you on the ground?
Yes.
Who was that?
Are you okay?
And what did Stephanie do? She what?
Kick me.
Kicked you? Okay.
Damn, your nose is bleeding. Bro, stop. Oh, you on it? I'm not on that, bro. Oh my god. Are you okay? Damn, your nose is bleeding. I'm not on that, bro. Get the stop,
This
bro.
Aiden has his hands
I'm
on
trying. I
Don't ever
can't.
try some dumb
I'm
ass shit.
trying. Oh.
Yo.
and Stephanie comes up and kicks you.
Yes.
Okay. Could you see Aiden from the ground while you were on the ground? Yes. Okay, and you were asked again about Aiden supposedly pulling people off of you. How do you remember the fight ending?
Me getting up and my friend telling me, come on, come on.
Okay,
And,
Gigi?
yeah.
Gigi told you, come on. Okay, and is that when you went to the neighbor's yard? Okay, no further question.
Does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? Now, because questions usually come up when you're time to deliberate, and now is the time to ask before this witness is off the stand. Okay. You may be excused. Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Officer Tyler Ebright.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can be seated. You can state your first and last name and spell both, please.
Tyler Ebright, TYLER,
Thank you. Hi, officer.
EBRIGHT.
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with Lansing Police Department.
How long have you worked as an officer for Lansing Police Department?
A little over 2 years.
And what are some of the duties associated with your role?
I primarily take calls for service.
And in the early morning hours of March 28, 2025, were you working in your capacity as a patrol officer for LPD?
I was.
Okay. And do you recall responding to the area of 2514 West Jolly Road?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember what the reason was for your dispatch to that location?
Yes, it came out as what we call an unknown trouble. Dispatch advised us there was a call with screaming and it sounded like a physical fight was occurring.
Okay. And eventually, did you make contact with two females at the Lansing Fire Department Station 6?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall the name of those two females?
Michaela Hatley and Yanni Rosario.
And do you recall what the demeanor of those two females was?
Yes, both the females were very amped up and excited, and they appeared very upset to me.
Do you recall the physical appearance of the girls as well?
Uh,
Anything of note?
They were crying, and I noticed Michaela had some cuts on her face.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to admit and publish equals 1A, which is an 18-second clip of body-worn camera footage.
Hello, what's going on?
We were standing by the Okay, we were standing the whole listen, the whole family jumped us, bro. The whole family guys.
Was that her depiction of your interaction with the girls on that night?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking with you at the fire station, was Michaela Hatley transported for medical assistance?
Yeah, she was transported to Sparrow Hospital.
Okay. And did you later make contact with her there?
I did.
Okay. Was there any further attempt from law enforcement that day to make contact with someone named Aiden Mosher? If you know,
There was an attempt to make contact at the house.
was that successful?
It was not.
Okay. Do you know why not?
The officers that went to the residence did not receive an answer at the door.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Prosecutor asked you to describe the demeanor of Gianna and Michaela when you took the stand, correct?
Correct.
And you said they were loud and upset, right?
They were amped up and upset.
Okay. The document you handed to the prosecutor before you sat down with your police report, right?
Yes.
You reviewed your police report before you testified to it.
Yes.
In that police report, you put down things you thought were important for your investigation that night, correct?
Correct.
One of those things were your opinion of the appearance of those two young ladies you spoke to, correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
One of those things you documented was how those two ladies appeared to you on that night.
Correct.
In your police report, you indicated that they both appeared intoxicated,
Correct.
but you left that out on direct examination when the prosecutor asked you to describe their demeanor, right?
I don't consider that a part of their demeanor.
You don't consider whether a person is sober or intoxicated a part of demeanor?
I was thinking of it more as like an attitude.
Did you ask them where they got the alcohol from that night?
I did not.
No further question.
You redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. You were just asked about the intoxication of both girls. Do you recall if both of them appeared intoxicated?
They both appeared intoxicated.
Okay. And you just talked about writing a police report, correct? And reviewing that before you testified.
Correct.
Do you recall stating in that police report that only Michaela was visibly intoxicated? Would you take issue with that?
I wouldn't take issue with that.
Okay. And at that time you had said you thought demeanor was more attitude. Can you reiterate what did you view of their demeanor? What did you see when you met with them?
So they were both amped up. I think Michaela was a lot more excited than Gianni was. I was kind of able to talk to Gianni more than I was able to talk to Michaela at that point through her excitement level.
Thank you. No further questions.
Your Honor, may I please?
I was gonna say, I have a follow-up just based on the question about intoxication. Are you saying you don't take, were you asking him if the report said only Michaela was intoxicated,
Visibly intoxicated.
or that it only mentioned Michaela was, because there's a difference. Did the report say only Michaela was?
Yes, that was the question. Yes, that he had only asserted that Michaela appeared intoxicated.
I recognize that. Does it say Michaela appear intoxicated or only Michaela appear intoxicated? Is what I'm trying to clarify.
Does Your Honor want me to read the sentence? And then
Well, I want you to clarify that with the witness. Did
Okay.
he say only Michaela appeared intoxicated, or was he just saying Michaela appeared intoxicated?
Do you want to ask him that directly?
That's
Okay.
I don't know if he knows, because he said he doesn't remember, but
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yeah,
to
because
review the report?
I'm getting ready to.
Yeah.
let her
I think he needs to
refresh.
refresh his report.
Let him refresh his
Sure, I can do
recollection.
that.
Yes, please.
Would it refresh your recollection to view your report to see what you said about the intoxication levels of the girls?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Go ahead and review and just look up at me when you're done. Your recollection is refreshed. Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
Do you recall stating what were the intoxication, what was your perception of the intoxication of the girls that night?
I wrote in my report that both Gianni and Michaela were intoxicated.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I forgot something.
Okay,
You knew you had reviewed your report before you testified, correct?
Sorry,
You had reviewed your report before you testified, correct?
correct.
When I asked you if you put in your report that both Michaela and Giovanni were intoxicated, you knew that was the correct answer, correct?
Correct.
So when the
Is there
prosecutor
an
got,
objection?
I would object. Can we approach?
yes,
Thank you.
so knowing that you put in your police report that both young ladies appeared to be intoxicated, when the prosecutor got up and suggested to you that in your police report, you only put that Michaela was intoxicated, why did you agree with her knowing she was wrong?
I believe I said I wouldn't fight her on it.
Pardon
I'm
me?
sorry? I couldn't hear you.
I said I wouldn't fight her on it when that was suggested.
But you had just read your report, correct?
That's not correct. I didn't just read my report.
You didn't just review your report before you walked in here to testify?
I reviewed it earlier in the day.
And you had, but you knew what was in your report.
I thought that was in my report.
After you just told me it was in your report that both girls were intoxicated. You know what?
Okay, he's
No further,
answered.
no further
Thank you.
question.
Any redirect?
No redirect. Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? You can write it down, sir. Counsel, you can approach. The question would call for hearsay, so we're not able to ask that question. Any other questions? Okay, sounds good. Okay, this question can't be asked of this officer because he was not the one who knocked the door. Any other questions? Okay, this witness may be excused. Thank you, Officer Ebright. You can call your next witness.
We'll call Gianni Rosario.
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? You can have a seat. Okay, there's a microphone that's in front of you, but that microphone doesn't make your voice amplified inside the courtroom. And you sound like you have a really light voice. So I need you to talk like you're yelling, and it's okay, okay? Because otherwise we can't hear you because we had to turn the fans on. And so you need to speak like someone out at the door can hear you, okay? So speak like you're yelling and it's perfectly fine. All of your responses must be verbal, no head nods, head shakes, mm-hs, uh-hs. If you forget, we'll ask you if that's a yes, okay? And then if there's an objection, you have to stop speaking. I need to make a ruling on the objection to see whether or not you're allowed to give us the answer to their question or not, okay? State your first and last name and spell both. Okay, you can proceed.
Gigi, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to tell you right away. Gotta raise the voice just a bit louder. We have a fan going, so just pretend you're yelling to the back of the room, okay? Okay, thank you. You're not from Lansing, are you?
No.
No, where are you from? Detroit. And do you recall the evening of March 27, early morning hours of March 28 of last year? Were you in Lansing at that time?
Yes.
Why were you in Lansing?
Spring break.
For spring break? Okay. Were you hanging out with a friend during spring break?
Yes.
What friend was that?
Okay.
Michaela Hatley. How do you know Michaela?
I do it.
Okay. So have you been friends for, do you know about how long?
8 to 7 years.
8, okay, around 8 years. And at some point, did you and Michaela go to the house of someone that Michaela knew?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of who that friend was to Michaela?
Somebody that she knew on social media.
You're a little louder.
Somebody that she knew from social media and from school.
Okay. And eventually you go to that house, correct?
Yeah.
When you arrived, do you recall about how many people were there?
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor and run through who you remember being at the house when you arrived?
Stephanie Lira, Audrey Yana Randy, Aiden, his girlfriend, TJ, his girlfriend, the 2 younger kids, Stephanie Lira's kids, her daughter and her younger son. They had a puppy in the house and they had McKenna there too. And that's it.
Okay. Okay. And you mentioned Aiden, correct? Did you know Aiden before this night? Did you know anyone else in the house before that night? No. So you were you just there with
I
Michaela?
was just doing
Okay. Gianni, did you at some point have an altercation with someone in the house?
yes,
Who was that person?
the Stephanie Lira.
Who was that?
Stephanie Lira.
Okay. And how did that start?
Because when we were calling for our ride, Rolando, I think we were gonna set him up. So I was the one who said, boy, we are not gonna set you up. And then that's when the younger daughter, Stephanie's younger daughter, comes up to me. and
Okay,
she
so
said-
I don't want you to tell me anything that was said. So it sounds like there was tension between you and Rolando.
Yeah, so that anyways, that caused Stephanie to come up to me and started yelling at me, so, and that's how.
Okay. And Gigi, it might be a little uncomfortable, but I do want to talk about alcohol from that night. Were you drinking that night?
2 times.
2 shots. Do you remember what it was of?
Luna.
Lunazol. Okay. And did your parents know where you were at this time? No. But you had gone to this house, and what was your intention for the night?
Well, I was with my friend, and then, well, my mom did know where I was because she had my location. So
Okay.
she did know where I was. She was just location, but no, I didn't verbally tell her.
Okay.
And would you-
So was your intention to go, were you going to a party?
No, it was not said that it was a party. We were just, it was spring break, we was at night, and we were just like, we wanted to hang out with some friends, and then Aubrey on with somebody that texted us. So then we decided to meet, and that's how we met the house.
Okay. And so we were talking about you were in the house, you said there was drinking, correct?
Yeah.
And did you have those 2 shots while you were at the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, at some point, did things become tense? And you had mentioned that you had begun having altercation with Rolando, correct?
Yeah.
And then Stephanie got involved in that?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened next from there?
That's when, right when Stephanie was yelling at me, McKenna come and started yelling at me, so she's yelling at me.
So at this point, I'm sorry to cut you off. So it's you, Stephanie, and McKenna?
Yeah.
Okay, you can continue.
And then obviously everybody's still in the house, but those are the 2 people that were directly in my face. And back in, you want me to think?
Yeah, so they're in your face. Are you all yelling?
No, McKenna was yelling at me.
McKenna's yelling at you.
Yeah, so she's just yelling in my face, and I'm not saying nothing, I'm backing up. So like, I'm backing up.
Where are you at this point?
So the doorway, you walk into the house, it's a table and it's a couch, and you walk into the kitchen. And then we're in the kitchen, but standing in, like, to go to the door. So McKenna is right here in front of me. I'm facing her, so I'm backing up, walking out the door, but I'm facing her still.
Okay. And
So then I get to the doorway where I'm still like, you know, that thing where you step on the door and you walk in the house. Anyway, I'm at the door, and McKenna, that's when she starts spitting on me in my face from yelling so much.
and what was, without telling me exactly what was being said, what was the fight about? You remember?
It was because Rolando kept thinking we were calling to set him up, but we were calling him out.
Okay. And at some point, do you and Michaela decide that you want to leave the house?
Yeah.
Were you able to leave right away?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes, but no?
Before the altercation happened, there was a time when we left the house and we walked on foot down the street, down the block. And then we didn't know where we were going, and the whole house came out, and they were yelling at us, come back, come back. And we were still trying to be respectful of Stephanie in the house, because she was back. So we went back.
Okay, so,
And we were,
sorry, go ahead.
and then she was basically just telling us like, I'm the dog.
Without telling me what she's saying to you, you go back to the
So we
house.
go back to the house. Then it's a whole nother hour of just Aubrey on her phone, fits with her mom and running back in her room and locking the door. And leaving the house.
So it sounds like there's multiple people fighting throughout this
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
correct? Okay. And you had mentioned, well, did you at any point try to call for help to leave the house? Who was called to try to,
It was sister.
Michaela's sister, was that successful?
No.
No? So at some point, this physical altercation begins.
Yeah.
Do you remember how this physical altercation starts?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
When McKenna was yelling in my face, we were down like in the doorway on the porch, and she yells in my face. I mean, she spits in my face when yelling at me. So that's when I started yelling back. And at this time, I'm already on the porch, but she like was inside, we were on the porch, and Michaela was right next to me. So then that's when Michaela threw the
Okay, so Michaela and McKenna start fighting? Okay, and Your Honor, I am going to publish people's 6A. Gigi, can you, while I'm pulling this up, can you tell me how old you are?
17.
And at the time, how old were you?
I was 16.
And again, you don't dispute that you were drinking that night, correct?
Yeah.
No, you, okay. Gigi, have you seen this video before?
Yeah.
What is it gonna show us, just generally?
Them jumping it.
Okay. Do you recognize the people in this still frame?
Yes.
Can you walk us through by naming kind of an article of clothing and where they are, who each person in this picture is?
The white shirt and the black pants and the hat is Rolando. The bigger woman with the gray shirt and the shorts is Stephanie.
This person right here?
Yes.
Okay.
The woman next to her is Aiden's girlfriend.
Is that this person in the hood?
Black hoodie and the gray sweatpants. And then that white, the boy in the white shirt and the shorts right there, that's Aiden. And then you see somebody, yeah, that's Aubrey, the pink. And then in the black, that's me.
Okay. And also real quick, in the house, did you have any interactions with Aiden in the house? Can you tell me about those interactions?
They were when we walked in and Aubrey introduced us to everybody. He introduced us to them. And then the second time he asked us to pass him.
Yes, you're passing the alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Play from the beginning.
Get that video.
You wanna get like that,
Stop!
Who was that that just was getting up from the ground?
Okay.
Oh yeah, thought y'all wanted it. Thought y'all wanted about me.
Why is he in the room?
Can you tell us who's in this frame?
In the black, that's me. In the pink, that's Aubrey. And the bigger woman running is Stephanie.
No, get out. Yeah, you gotta get out the crib. We get your bag, nigga. Let me get your bag, nigga.
Get out!
Pick your sorry ass up.
Why are they on the road? Get her! Get the fuck up!
Who did you just see running in that?
Aiden and TJ.
Aiden TJ, okay. Do you remember what's happening in this moment when the camera's down?
Yes, so as soon as I start fighting Adriana, the mom comes in and jumps me, and that's when I'm on the ground getting jumped, and that's when TJ and Aiden come in and jump in, and they all are jumping. And then
When you, okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. So we saw TJ and Aiden running up, and you said, and that's when they jumped me. I need you to elaborate on what that means.
they're kicking and punching.
Okay, so at that
While
point,
Stephanie and Adriana were dragging me down.
can you say that again louder? I'm sorry.
They were kicking and punching me while Stephanie and Adriana Hernandez were dragging me on my hip.
Okay, so at this point, you're saying you're fighting with the other two people.
Yeah.
And at this point, you are on the ground.
Yes.
Okay.
You about to die, no.
I'm not on that, bro.
No,
You're on it!
Yeah, get that bitch.
Who are these two people? Do you know?
That's McKenna and Michaela.
Okay, where is Michaela?
And that the black hoodie,
Let's talk about either shoe or sock color. Do you know which one she is?
the socks,
And what color?
the black socks, or no, white socks.
White socks on the left.
Yeah, because her hoodie, she had a black hoodie and had white, like, knitting on it, the sewing on it.
You on it? I'm not on that.
Who is that? Okay, so you're standing there.
Oh my god. Are you okay? Damn, your nose is bleeding. I'm not on that, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get my I'm trying. I can't.
Don't ever try some dumb ass shit.
I've been trying. Oh my god.
Yo.
Okay. After this video ends, do you remember what happens next?
Yes.
What happens after the video ends?
So they all, well, Stephanie and Adriana and McKenna ran in the house, and Aiden, TJ, and one of their girlfriends hopped in a white car.
And you saw that?
Yes, because
Where were you when you saw that?
so we were still in the street, and the only reason why they stopped assaulting us is because I physically grabbed Michaela and ran across the street.
Okay, so you get Michaela and you run.
Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, you see Aiden getting in a car? Is that what you, okay. And I'm sorry, you might have said it. Who was getting in a car?
Aiden, TJ, and one of their girlfriends.
All right. Do you remember any time other than what we just saw in that video of you and Aiden coming into physical contact? Can you kind of describe at what points you said you were on the ground at one point, and what did he do while you were on the ground?
He was kicking and punching.
Okay, and did you see him during that altercation?
I seen all of them on top of me.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that.
Yes, I see every single one of them on top of me.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling after this altercation?
Out of breath, tired,
Tired?
assaulted.
Thank you, Gigi. I have no further questions.
Cross examination.
Ma'am, you remember talking to the police the night this happened?
Yeah.
Remember the police officer asking you what specifically started all this?
No.
Do you remember telling the police officer, you don't know what started this?
No.
Was watching the body camera interaction that night refresh your recollection as to what you said when the police asked you if you knew what started all this?
Wait, what was the person?
We're watching the body camera footage of you talking to the police.
Okay.
Remind you as to what you said when the police told you or asked you what started all this.
Will I have to watch the thing to see?
All right, Yana, may I show, may I put your witness?
Sorry, there's certain health issues that occur emotionally.
Yeah, like the whole house.
So they're trying to get you guys out, like, I understand that, but what specifically what started?
That's what I'm saying. I look because the daughter.
So what's your question?
On that night, the officer asked you what specifically started all this,
Okay.
correct?
Yeah.
You told the officer, I don't know. Correct?
Right.
But today, you give this whole recitation of what led up to this fight, right?
Correct.
How many times have you spoken with the prosecutor and watched this video before you testified today? Times have you talked to Michaela about what happened that night? Hmm?
3 times.
3 times. Now, you were drunk that night as well, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't tell your mother you were going to a party, correct?
Yes.
You told her you were going to a party?
No, not yet.
You told her you was supposed to be at a friend's house, correct?
Right.
As a matter of fact, the police had to take you to your grandfather's house in Lansing after this.
Right.
And your grandfather had no idea that you had been out at a party.
Right.
And you didn't record that video, correct?
No.
You didn't give that video to the police and prosecutors, did you?
No.
No further question now.
Gigi, you just said that you You weren't allowed to go to that party, right? Or you weren't upfront with your mom about going to that party?
Yeah.
And you just said that you had drank alcohol,
Mhm.
you were intoxicated?
Yeah.
And were you nervous about getting in trouble?
No.
No. You and Michaela, you reached out to police, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you sought help after this altercation.
Yes.
And about how soon after this altercation did you reach out to police?
Like not even 2 minutes. We got across the street to the house that we went to, and we tried to go through the backyard for the fence. So I don't know, nothing else to do but to call the cops. So they were in the car.
You did that despite having drank alcohol.
Yes.
And why did you do that? Why did you reach out to police?
Because I was really
No further questions.
Sorry?
May I have a brief recross on this reached out to police issue?
Okay.
You also missing a cell phone, correct?
yes.
How expensive was the cell phone?
Over $1,000.
And you was trying to call your mom to get her to tell you the location of the cell phone, right?
Yes.
And when you at the police station, excuse me, the fire station, with police officers, you were trying to get them to go to the house to get the cell phone.
Yes.
Because you were gonna be in trouble if you had lost that cell phone.
No.
You didn't tell the police you were gonna be in trouble if you lost that $1,000 cell phone?
Well, obviously, I would be in trouble if I not like. Okay, you're asking me. Okay, so
Ma'am, it's a simple question I'm asking you. Did you tell the police that you were gonna be in trouble with your mother if you had lost that
correct,
$1,000 cell
because I
phone?
needed my phone.
Okay,
That
thank
was stolen.
No further questions.
Redirect. And in the interim, if the jury has any questions for this witness, you can write them down.
Gigi, your phone was left behind? Was there anything else left behind?
Yes.
What else was left behind?
Shoes.
Shoes? And why were those left behind?
Before they came up my feet, and I was walking into the-
Okay. And you didn't go back to get them yourself? Okay, why didn't you? Because why would you do that? Okay. You say, why would I do that? Were you worried about anything?
Yes.
What were you worried about?
My phone and my shoes.
And you decided not to go back. What about that night caused you to decide not to go back for those items?
Because I just got assaulted by someone.
Okay, so you didn't want to go back. Okay, thank you. No further question.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, this is gonna be excused. Yeah, this one's gonna be excused first. I'm sorry? Yep, you're free to go. And is there any other witnesses for the prosecution?
People rest.
Okay, we're gonna give the jury a break, and they also need to go downstairs and get their daily pay. And then the defense can decide if they want to call witnesses in later. All rise for the jury. You can be excused. You can be seated. Okay. You can proceed to closing arguments.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention through the whole trial. Case comes down to something simple. A bunch of adults choosing to use physical violence against these girls. You've heard the testimony and seen the photographs, and most importantly, you saw the video. All evidence points in one direction. First, let's talk about what Gigi and Michaela told you. So Michaela told you that as she tried to leave before the recording even starts that you guys saw, Aiden came at her aggressive, angry. She had this altercation with one of the other adults, and that's when kind of a yelling match began. And there was a lot of confrontation because of that situation. She also talks about how she was hit, grabbed, overwhelmed by multiple people, and that she was scared in that situation. Gianni told you the same thing, that they were trying to leave, they're trying to get away from a house full of just boiling tension with all these adults. Admittedly, there were other altercations going on throughout the night. There's this verbal altercation we hear about with this other male in the house. We also hear about a physical fight between one of the girls and another female in the house. We also hear that as they're trying to leave, they're trying to get away from this house of people who are angry, and Aiden is one of the people coming after them. You see this in the video. We can also talk about what the officer saw. Officer Ebright told you he found Michaela and Gigi crying, shaking, and visibly upset. He talks and he documented in those pictures at Sparrow Michaela's injuries, the scrapes, the bruises that we saw, and the swelling. And you saw those photos with your own eyes. Those aren't injuries from just leaving the house. Those are injuries from the attack that you saw in the video. And then you saw the video. And I would say that that video shows exactly what is testified to. What are we not here to discuss? We're not here to talk about underage drinking. We are not here to talk about what these girls may have, negative interactions they may have had with other people in the house. What we're here is to talk about is actually that clip, the video that you saw over and over. The moment where you see an adult approaching this group of people, adults over these two girls, and we see the two different situations. In the beginning, we see Michaela on the ground. We see this mob of people interacting with Gigi. We see as Michaela gets up, as we see Aiden distracted by the altercation in the street, we see Michaela go back to that porch, and we see Aiden run back up. And then we see Gigi over here getting hair pulled, thrown to the ground. We heard her testify that she's getting beaten in the street. And then we see Aiden rush back over to that altercation. We hear yelling, we hear all these adults saying, "You're gonna die." We hear them saying, "You can't be here." A lot of expletives going on. And then instead of diffusing the situation or even remaining out of it, we see Mr. Mosher re-engaging over and over. We see in that moment where the mother is standing over Michaela, and we see a kick in that video, and we see Mr. Mosher with his hands down on the hair of Michaela. That video confirms exactly what was told to you. You see the defendant in that amazing screen grab moment with flexed arms to his side, choosing to re-engage with that altercation. You see him grabbing Michaela by the hair. You see him sprinting off the porch toward the fight in the street. There's no confusion. There's no misidentification. I think it's pretty simple. You see this adult man choosing to re-engage over and over as this house of adults attack these girls. The girls knew exactly who was involved in that fight. They knew that Aiden was one of the many adults in that video coming at them over and over again. And this is not about alcohol consumption. We've heard the girls talk about that. We know that this isn't about lying to parents. In fact, you heard testimony that phone and shoes were left. I think that's pretty logical. In a situation where these girls were just jumped, you can sense that fear in that situation. Despite the dishonesty that may have occurred, that's not what this is about. In fact, they go and seek help because in that moment they knew, and you heard Gigi talk about it, they were assaulted by a house of adults. For that reason, we ask that you find Mr. Mosher guilty of 2 counts of assault and battery. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being attentive. Before I start, I want to say that although this case was short and it didn't take a long time, doesn't mean it's not important, Mr. Motion. And doesn't mean he does not have a lot right on the outcome. You are most likely going to make a decision. Most juries do, one way or the other. Hopefully, I'm going to like that decision, but we may not. But I do want to say thank you now for being here and participating in this. Because without this, we can't do it. Okay. And as I told you before, my client's presumed to be innocent. When I first stood up, he was presumed to be innocent. And as I stand up now, he is presumed to be innocent. Now, the way this works, closing argument, is government gets to go first, like always. I get to speak, give my closing argument, and then the government gets to give a rebuttal, right? Because they have the burden of proof, they get to speak twice. And I guess in fairness, they don't know what I'm going to say, so they get a chance to rebut the things that I say. Sometimes, they do a little bit more than rebut. I will not be allowed to speak to you again. So typically, a defense closing argument is a little longer because if we forget something, if we make a mistake, we're done, right? We don't get a chance to speak. But just because the government gets to speak last, it does not mean that they are presumed to be right. It does not mean that you don't get to think about what Mr. Johnson would have said in response to the government's second closing argument. And most importantly, the 6 of you who will be deliberating aren't bound by those arguments of deliberation. You get to decide what the facts of this case are and how it applies to the law for the charges the government has to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Okay? Now, it's called a closing argument, but we're really not going to argue because the facts are what they are at this point. That's what direct and cross-examination is for, to argue out what the credible facts of this case are. Now, we know on this date, we have 2 young teenage girls. They both lie about where they are going to be going. They both lie about what they're going to be doing. They both lie about the consumption of alcohol. I agree with you. Nowhere in the jury instructions will consumption of alcohol and telling your parents the truth be listed as an element of the crime. But we will be talking about, and the judge will give you an instruction on witness credibility and whether or not these people are truthful. We know that they have the capacity to be untruthful and be untruthful to people that know them a whole lot better than you. So yes, I will now stand here in my closing argument after they admitted to lying, to calling them liars. And you should not believe anything that comes out of their mouth. Now, these liars go to this party. And on cross-examination, which is one of those things that every defendant has a constitutional right to do, we learned something very important from Michaela, the first witness to testify. We learned that she brought alcohol herself to this party, right? And what else did we learn that was very important? That although there was argument, all this physical altercation started because she threw a punch at McKinney. And then we have this big man. We've also learned that Gigi was, intoxicated as well. She was described as intoxicated. She said she had 2 shots. I submit to you that's a lie. That even at 16, 2 shots, police officer wouldn't be describing her as intoxicated. She's still not being truthful about the amount that she had to drink. Why? Because drinking affects behavior, especially in people that young. Drinking affects memory, especially in people that young. Drinking affects perception, especially in people that young. That's why you're not allowed to drink and drive, right? Because your perception is off. Scientific fact. Now, we have a video of a good portion of what happened that day. Now, it didn't come out in evidence right? And we talked about evidence, the testimony that comes from that chair and what the court tells you to consider. It didn't come out in evidence how that video came to be. But we know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, back on the record.
Objection overruled.
The objection, well, I don't know if they even put it on the record, so the objection is withdrawn, I guess.
We know we have a video of this alleged event. We know Michaela didn't take the video. We know Gigi didn't record the video, and the officer didn't collect the video. But we have this video, and the video shows a significant portion of these events. And we implore you to watch the video. As a coach of mine used to say, the eye in the sky don't lie. And you can't say anything to rebut what we see on video. And what do we see on video? We see the argument. We see the fight. We see, I believe it's Michaela, on the ground. And we see an individual identified as Aiden standing behind her like this. And when he goes to go to the street, to the other portion of the fight, we see him step around Michaela and go to the street. And watch that portion. Because I submit to you, he's making a concerted effort to not have any contact with her as he goes around her. This isn't like when I call, my little cousin soft, because they be at the high school games helping up the other teammates, taking a knee when somebody's injured. So back in my day, we would stand over you when you were on the ground and make you have to get up in between us. You got hurt, we laugh and cheer. Get your punk butt off the field. You ain't ready. It's where the big boys play. He took every effort to step around her and to make no contact. Why would he do that if that's somebody he had just participated in pounding out? Why would he care so much about stepping around? Then we see this altercation out in the street. Again, I submit to you, doesn't show Aiden punching anybody, kicking anybody, doesn't show him grabbing anybody. And when it fans to him after the girls have been separated, he's standing back. He's nowhere near this altercation or this fight that had just taken place. There's no testimony that he was intoxicated. And you are now being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that individuals who were getting jumped, who were on the ground, were looking around to see who's throwing punches. Now, I have never been jumped, fortunately. But I can remember back again, and I use sports as a reference because it's the only reference I have. I remember those times I would catch that football and I would run and get hit by 3 or 4 people and thrown to the ground. I ain't looking around to see the numbers of the people that's tackling me. I'm trying to protect myself. I'm trying to make sure I don't get poked in the eye. I'm trying to make sure I don't get the forearm to the throat, all those things you used to do back in the 90s. And I submit to you that those girls will be doing the same thing when they were on the ground, protecting themselves, not looking around, trying to take notes to see who was striking whom. The government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Aiden assaulted these young ladies, that he touched them for a harmful and offensive purpose, whether he caused injury or not. The evidence is clear that he did not do that. You are going to get instruction on mere presence. And what that instruction says is that merely being present at the scene of a crime, even if you know that a crime is taking place, is not enough for you to be found guilty of helping commit that crime. Aiden didn't help anybody commit those assaults. He didn't help anybody fight those young girls. We know he didn't even start the fight. They did. We've heard it from their own mouths. Gianna was arguing back and forth with Michaela. Some spit had gotten into Gianna's face. And Michaela throws a punch and all hell breaks loose. Were they wanted there that night? Probably not. There was this testimony about this individual that was concerned that they were going to set them up. I mean, I can probably understand why 2 drunk 16-year-olds at a house party would kind of make somebody uneasy and didn't want them around, especially if they wasn't family. That's neither here nor there, because Ada didn't provide anybody any alcohol. No evidence he did that. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this young man here assaulted Michaela and Gianna. That evidence is not there. I'd ask you to find my client not guilty. There are reasons to doubt the people's case. Now, the 6 of you who wind up deliberating do not have to all agree with those reasons. Some of you can say, these girls are just liars. I don't believe anything that comes out their mouth. I believe he's not guilty. Some of you can say, well, you know what? I think they maybe, lie about some things like teenagers. but they clearly were beat up. Now we have to figure out who beat them up. But I don't think Ada was one of the people that beat them up. So I'm gonna find them not guilty. And I guess technically you can find that these girls aren't liars and, are credible witnesses, and then do the analysis as to how or who beat them up. I don't see how you can find that these, young ladies are credible witnesses who don't lie. I mean, they've admitted to lying. But under all scenarios,
We know what is not impacted by alcohol, and we all saw coming is the video that I'm going to play for you again. So.
Send that video to me.
You ain't get like that, huh?
Stop!
Oh yeah, I thought y'all wanted this swing, nigga. Thought y'all wanted
Why is he in the road?
No, get out. Yeah, you gotta get out the crib. We get your bag. Let me get your bag.
Get out!
Pick your sorry ass up.
Why are they on the road? Get her! Get the fuck up my ass! Wait! No! She's good. That's her in my ear. She's good, bro.
You about to die, no.
Bitch! I'm not on that, bro. Oh, shit, we leave.
No,
You on it!
Yeah, get that bitch.
Bitch, you stop, bro. Stop. Oh, you on it? Oh my god. Are you okay? No, your nose is bleeding. I'm not on that, bro. Get the stop, bro. Get my. I'm trying. I can't.
Don't ever try some dumb ass shit.
I've been trying. Oh,
Yo.
I want you to keep every single part of Mr. Mosher in your head when you go back to deliberate of who was at the scene where he's walking to or running to or flexing towards every time there's an interaction with Michaela or Gigi with these adults. Because I think what you'll find is that in every single one of those instances, we see either Michaela or Gigi being jumped by 2 to 3 people. And in every one of those instances, we see Mr. Mosher re-engage. And we either have in the end scene that we just saw, Michaela on the ground, and she testified to her hair being pulled, which we then see the mother run up and stick her. We see Gigi in the street between 2 women, getting hair pulled on one side, her grabbing the person behind her. We see him re-engage over and over. This was intentional, violent, and offensive contact. It's exactly what the law defines as assault and battery. And we see Mr. Mosher come in to assault the girls over and over again. I have to prove to you an intentional offensive touching and that Mr. Mosher intended the touching or to make the girls fear an immediate physical attack. Nothing more. We do not have to prove who started every fight within the house, every interaction, every yelling match, or physical fight in the house. We're worried about this video. We do not have to prove that Aiden caused every injury on Michaela or even Gigi's bloody nose in this case. I don't need to point out to you every injury that Michaela had and say, Mr. Mosher did this and this. You see the clips where he's engaging and assisting in this assault. Speaking of assisting, you are going to be read a jury instruction called aiding and abetting. You're going to be instructed that in this case, Sorry, I thought I was sharing the screen. In this case, Mr. Mosher is defended or charged with committing assault and battery or intentionally assisting someone else in committing it. Anyone who intentionally assists someone else in committing a crime is as guilty as the person who directly commits it and can be convicted of that crime as an aider and abettor. So what I need to prove to you is that this assault and battery occurred to these girls. And in assisting that intentionally, Mr. Mosher in these instances has his hands in the mix. And what we end up with is these two girls being attacked by this household of adults and Mr. Mosher assisting in those assaults. We do not have to show that he was the only person involved. We just need to show the intentionality of laying his hands on Michaela and Gigi in a violent or offensive way. The video alone proves this beyond reasonable doubt. You can't rush off a porch at two girls, grab one by the hair on the ground, kick her, call that anything but aggressive behavior meant to hurt someone else. The testimony, the injuries, the body worn camera, the video all tell the same story, that Mr. Mosher made the choice to put his hands on Michaela. He made the choice to grab her by the hair, made the choice to attack a girl who was literally down on the ground. He chose to run off the porch and go assist in the beating of Gigi in the street. Because of this, we ask that you find him guilty of both counts. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have some composite and final instructions here. Members of the jury, the evidence and the arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law as it applies in this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy or prejudice influence your decision. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I have already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum up, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are, to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proved every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. Every defendant has the absolute right not to testify. When you decide the case, you must not consider the fact that he did not testify. It must not affect your verdict in any way. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that was properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not. Evidence include only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I have told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. A lawyer's statements and arguments are also not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses and my question to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies in this case. However, when I make a comment or an instruction, I am not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you decide the case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case based on the evidence. At times during the trial, I have excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on race, gender, or national origin of the witness. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might distract the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, or whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. Sometimes, however, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about March 28, 2025, within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. When you go to the jury room, you may take a written copy of my jury instructions with you along with your notes. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in a business-like way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until you recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law that you are to follow. However, although you should try to reach an agreement, none of you should give up your own honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. If you want to communicate with me while you are in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to my court officer. It is not proper for you to talk directly to the judge, lawyers, court officers, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take your notes and the full copy of instructions. If you want to look at any of the reference documents or exhibits, particularly the video, that you will just have to ask for them. The video will just bring you back in here to play it again if you need so. When you go to the jury room, you will be given a written copy of the instructions that you have just heard. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You may return a verdict of guilty of the alleged crime or not guilty. I have prepared a verdict form listing the possible verdicts. I don't know if that applies. Did someone request 4.1? I should have pulled that in. I don't think so. Okay, facts can be proven by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is direct evidence that it is raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So taking that same example, if you see a person coming from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of the crime. In other words, you should consider all evidence that you believe. When the lawyers agree on a statement of facts, these are called stipulated facts, which we didn't have in this, but we did have stipulated exhibits. So we'll skip to that. You may consider whether the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecutor does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime. She only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that he meant to do so. You should not decide the case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You have heard testimony from a witness who is a police officer. That testimony is to be judged by the same standards you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. Again, the elements of assault and battery. The defendant is charged with the crime of assault and battery. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, first, that the defendant committed a battery upon a Michaela Hatley and a Gianni Rosario. A battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of the person or something closely connected with the person of another. The touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is, not accidental, and it must have been against Michaela Hatley and Gianni Rosario's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Second, that the defendant intended either to commit a battery upon Michaela Hatley and Gianni Rosario or to make Michaela Hatley or Gianni Rosario reasonably fear an immediate battery. As using these instructions, that is, the words force and violence mean any use of physical force against another person so as to harm or embarrass him or her. The definition of touching: for a battery to occur, the touching must have been intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and it must have been against Ms. Rosario and Ms. Hatley's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Actual injury is not necessary. An assault does not have to cause an actual injury. However, if there is an injury, you may consider the injury with the other evidence in determining whether there was an assault. Aiding and abetting. In this case, the defendant is charged with committing assault and battery or intentionally assisting someone else in committing it. Anyone who intentionally assists someone else in committing a crime is as guilty as the person who directly commits it and can be convicted of that crime as an aider and abetter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the alleged crime was actually committed either by the defendant or someone else. It does not matter whether anyone else has been convicted of the crime. Second, that before or during the crime, the defendant did something to assist in the commission of the crime. Third, at that time, the defendant must have intended the commission of the crime alleged, or must have known that the other person intended its commission, or that the crime alleged was a natural and probable consequence of the commission of the crime intended. It does not matter how much help, advice, or encouragement the defendant gave. However, you must decide whether the defendant intended to help another commit the crime and whether his help, advice, or encouragement actually did help, advise, or encourage the crime. Even if the defendant knew that the alleged crime was planned or was being committed, the mere fact that he was present when it was committed is not enough to prove that he assisted in committing the crime. And so that concludes our jury instructions. One of you was an alternate juror, so you do not have to go to deliberate. And so we're gonna pull a number, and that represents what juror number gets to go home. Okay, juror number 2, thank you for your service. Okay. The remaining jurors, you can take your notes with you. The court officer will have the instructions for you. Again, if you need to choose a fourth person first, if you have any questions, you would write it down, knock on the door, and hand it to the court officer. You cannot speak directly to the court officer. Try to work out your differences among yourself, and again, carry out the deliberations in a business-like setting. And do not let anyone know how you're leaning until the time that you come in here to render your verdict, okay? Let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep the persons sworn as jurors on this trial from separating from each other, that you will not suffer any communication to be made to them or of them orally or otherwise, and that you will not communicate with them orally or otherwise until the time that they are discharged? Thank you. All rise for the jury. And we'll recess until the time they have a question or a verdict. jurors. Talk things over in a spirit of fairness and frankness. Naturally, there will be differences of opinion. You should each not only express your opinion, but also give the facts and reasons on which you base it. By reasoning the matter out, jurors can often reach agreement. If you think it would be helpful, you should submit to the court officer a written list of issues that are dividing or confusing you. It will then be submitted to me. I will attempt to clarify or amplify the instructions in order to assist you in your further deliberations. When you continue your deliberations, do not hesitate to rethink your own views and change your opinion if you decide it was wrong. However, none of you should give up your honest beliefs about the weight or effect of the evidence only because of what your fellow jurors think or only for the sake of reaching an agreement. And so we have printed that for you so that you can return and try a little harder to see if there's any possibility of a unanimous. If there's not, it just is what it is. But I'm going to send you back for that purpose, okay? Give it another good faith discussion, I would say 10, 15 minutes, and then if you're not moving anywhere, you let the court officer know. Okay, and so who is the fourth person? Okay, so my understanding is that, since I gave the paper back, that you did have a verdict as to count one, but you were deadlocked in count two. Is that accurate? Okay, if you could read the verdict in count one.
For count one, we came to the verdict of not guilty.
Not guilty as to count one, deadlocked as to count two. Okay, did you want the jury polled at all?
Thank you, Your
Did you want to poll?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much for your service. I know it was a long, hot day in here, but this is really how the system works most effectively, is when we have jurors that are willingly participating and that you all were eager to get back there and really delve into the facts, into the rules to try to decide whether or not this case could be completed today. So I thank you for even going back a second time after you realized you were deadlocked to try to figure out if you can work out those differences. And sometimes it just can't happen. And it happens all the time. My first jury trial, I got a deadlock, so I get it. But I thank you again for trying so eagerly to do so. I'm gonna release you. It's up to you if you want to stay and talk to any of the attorneys. Either way, as it relates to the rest of your jury service for the rest of the week, I think you do need to call for it, but I know we're not having a jury trial here for the rest of the week. So thank you for your service.
All right.